Hola everyone. Oh my god. So there's this weird thing. It cannot hook to the program properly. And I guess we should start. Please choose. Oh. Is it capturing it right now? Because I can't see it on my screen. Oh, window capture 2. Oh, it gone. There we go. I'll select English, confirm. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? Oh, I guess we'll do it. Display capture, yeah. Have you played Stanley Parable before? This sounds threatening. Okay. I really can't monitor. I really can't monitor it without a second monitor. Have you played the Stanley Parable? Yes? Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. This is like a... is this an Outlast reference? Because... this is an Outlast reference, I swear. Please enter the current time. What current time? It's 1:54 p.m. 1:54 p.m. p.m. Boy, you don't... they really... Okay, there we go. Confirm. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. We're here. Wait. Can I really not hook it up to anything? Automatic. Oh my god. It's not hooking. Well, I gotta stop recording. There. I'm sorry guys, but I think I cannot see the chat yet. Wait, let me change video. Windowed. Yeah. Ooh. Wait. Let's... oh, wait. There we go. Keep it. Then we'll hook it up to window capture. Hopefully. Yes. There we go. Oh my god. That's a cinematic resolution right there, guys. I'll disable display capture. Maybe I'll move the chat down. If I can do it, I do not know. I think that's it, yeah. I do not know if alerts would be like a bit further down too. So yeah, this is it. Anti-aliasing. It's 8, yeah. Quality profile high, low, high. Windowed VSync controls, it's simplified. Field of view, mouse sensitivity, subtitle size, background opacity, like that. Translation labels. Okay. Begin the game. The end is never the end. I think I'll be able to see chat now because it's windowed.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh boy, here we go. Wait a sec. I gotta move this for a bit. Forgive me. There we go.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
It looks better.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
Okay.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came.
I remember every
though
line.
he'd been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was
happy. There we go. Wait a sec. Is my... Okay. I'm just making
and
sure.
then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
How about I don't?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? I can't open it. He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me.
I can't jump.
In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Okay. So for the first ending, that was that. So I guess we can try the doors.
All of his co-workers were gone. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No.
Maybe.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants
Okay, let's do that. 20.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Are you sure? Okay. Sige. Let's click this 50 times. Let me in.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. 437. Does face punch still work? No, it does not. They removed it. Okay. Wait. That door is not open before. I'm pretty sure that door was not open before, but sure, let's... Oh, awaiting input, yeah. 4B6. Okay. Ooh. Computer. Where is 417? Do I have to go here? Okay.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Oh, yeah. I remember 437. Let's go back here. Oh. Has this door been here the whole time? Might be a new ending.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere.
Okay.
Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Okay. 415. Let's go to 415. The lens I go to get an achievement. 415. I think, yeah, it's down this hall.
Now, back to door number 437.
Really? That door is not open either. 437. Okay. Let's go there. We have no choice. Let's go to 437.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Sure.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Let's go. 417 again.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
419's desk.
Yes, this is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Okay. It's done this hall. Oh my god.
We've almost got it. Now the copy machine, do that one again.
Let's go. Let's do that one again. Okay.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430. Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks.
Yeah.
Really now? What were you thinking?
Okay, we're now gonna go. Oh, is there still an ending to here? I know you could probably climb up here. Yeah. And then whoop.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes or no? Not yet.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different?
Ooh.
Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh,
Yeah.
now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
Oh no.
Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
I can't click it. I guess we'll begin the game again. And okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Let's go with
Stanley
the other
decided to go to the
option.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
I know
He then
there's
praised the
more
game for its
lines, but I
insightful
don't
and
have the
witty
patience for
commentary
that.
into the nature of video
Let
game
endings to
structure
clear.
and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons.
That's not even a word.
He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Wow, I listened to the entire thing. Oh. I think there's no more lyrics. Yeah. There's no more lyrics. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, we might have missed a memo because all of my co-workers are absolutely obliterated, gone to bits. That door is not open before, and this one too. I wonder why. Okay. The iconic.
When Stanley
doors.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Can I go back? Okay. Left or right? I'll go right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, I will just admire the meeting. That's new. Graham said left. What? But why did you delete his message? Why? Sorry if the bot is just unbearable nowadays. Okay.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring.
Can I get
It had really
drinks?
been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I'm gonna do all of the incorrect stuff first. Oh my god, it's just
Stanley was so
like
bad
a
at
game.
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay. Does this door... I think... I don't know where to go.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult,
Can I go
but the
there?
fact is that the story has been
can
about
go
nothing
there,
but you
but not yet.
all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Was timed out for
Please,
600
stop
seconds?
trying to make every
What the
decision
heck
by
are you
yourself.
doing, bot?
Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Why is the
This
bot
is it,
timing
Stanley.
out
Your
everyone?
chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life.
Let
She's
her
been
back.
waiting.
I don't know if I remember this part or not. It's part of the main game.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
How about
to reach
no?
out. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Go ahead.
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it.
What did
How
you
had I
see?
not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Oh, you're right. Yes.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk
Well,
on
I
my
didn't
watch.
grasp.
I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
Yes,
Please
please.
observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous.
Oh.
For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people.
That's new.
Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember
second
that
one.
unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Oh.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the
That was
best
too
part
short.
to a
I
healthy
can't-
decision-making process.
Can't even speak.
Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the
Yes.
feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Okay.
Ah, welcome back.
Oh.
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction.
Oh, no.
But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see
Oh.
what the correct thing to do would have been. This way,
Okay.
please.
Okay. Oh, this is... There's no fencing around the platform. Oh, man. Can I cheese it? I can't. I can't. What the heck?
Now that we
Yeah,
know your
I
choices are
can.
meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately,
Ooh,
it
there's
seems this
something
place is
there.
not well equipped to
There's
deal
a
with
vent there.
reality.
A bogus vent. I see there's a vent there. There's a vent there. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, let's go back here. Well, I can't. Okay, let's go back, I guess.
almost there. You'll take the door on the left.
Yes.
Back to the correct
Apologies
ending.
for the bot
story will have
timing
resolution
out
once again,
any
and you'll be
person who
home
chats
free
down
in the
here.
real world.
It's I don't know. I haven't fixed that yet. I haven't fixed the bot.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That
What if
means
I make
choosing
the wrong choice
responsibly
here?
and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
And I think it's gonna be broken here. It's gonna be broken here. 4:13, 4:12. I can't really go anywhere.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe after everything we talked about that my
There's
story,
something there.
you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do?
How do I get there?
No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Oh no. Hey yo.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley?
I want to see all the
He
endings,
actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
Wow.
Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... Behave exactly as Stanley would.
Oh.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
What if I go
Just
to the
follow my
correct
lead and
door?
you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh. Would it continue like normal? Oh my god, it's normal. What?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh, I want to try something, guys. Can I? Oh, I can't open this. I want the broom closet ending.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'm forced to make the right decisions every time. I know this door can be opened. It's just gonna take some time. Oh, the boss's office looks different.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley
The
wondered
most
in
expensive
disbelief who
boss.
orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it.
Ooh.
Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions.
Okay.
And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week.
Yes.
Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out.
Password.
Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown.
Okay, let's say
He
it.
drew a sharp breath
And
then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. Hello. Night Shark 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115.
Oh,
He spoke it into the receiver right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. It's not detecting my mic, or is it?
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't
Yes.
mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Night Shark 115. Oh my god, it's not
Okay,
working.
fine. You're not going to do it.
Can you
but you know
open
what?
it?
It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
I wanted this. Oh,
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
what? What is
Stanley?
this?
Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
It's not the right
Is
ending.
everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without...
Okay, let's begin the game again. Because the credits rolled in.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I know what to do
Stanley
to
decided
get
to
the
go to the
other
meeting
ending.
room. Perhaps he had simply
It's
missed a memo.
just a matter of cheesing the game, I guess. Let's get it. I swear those doors are never opened before. I do not know why they're open, what they're used for. You see that? What? I
When
can't.
Stanley came to a set
No.
of two open doors,
What?
he entered the door on his left.
Okay, let's follow the narrator this time. Let's follow. Because I want to try the thing that I saw in the
Yet
warehouse.
there was not a single person here
There's a
either.
vent.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go
Oh,
up to his
of course,
boss's
this-
office, hoping... Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he
This.
turned around and got back on track.
No. No. I won't. I want the broom closet ending.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet.
Broom closet?
No reason to still be here.
Really? I think there would be something new here.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it
Yeah,
is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Oh, I think I know what that means now that I'm grown up. Oh my god.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why?
I want to
Please
get
offer
the
me some
broom closet
explanation here.
ending.
I'm genuinely confused.
This is where my story ends.
You do
This is what
realize
I'm
there's
destined
no choice
for.
or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
But this
I
is
never
what
would have thought to mention it.
This is what the story asked me to do. This is my destiny. This is where my
Maybe
story.
to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, Did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite. I hope your friends find this concerning.
Yes. Is there anything if I stay...
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
This is new. This is...
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system.
Yes, that's
and you
definitely
collapsed on
what...
the keyboard.
This is definitely
Well,
what
in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Is there anything that happens if I stay here longer? Because I low-key want to find it out, but I don't know if we have much time. Time is of the essence here. Sure, it's fine.
Ah, second player.
It's
Good
fine.
to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, it goes a bit deeper, right? Oh man, that's more ominous. Wait, let's not go there yet. Let's go to the secret ending. That I think I know how to do. Wait. Executive battle. Okay, you can never open this before, but to be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, is it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Is there anything of use here? I swear you can never open this in the game before. There's gotta be something in here. But let's cheese this out first. Why not?
Stepping in.
Here we go. Is there anything new here? Nothing. Absolutely nothing yet. I do not know what's it. Extreme backrooms. Okay. Let's go back and go to the secret ending. Well, I can go down there, but you're supposed to come back around here to your own office. That kind of scared me for a sec there. Like, that sound, I thought there was someone in there with me. And this door is open. Yes, this is correct. Let's go back here. We can close that, why not? Can I go here now? No. What about 425? There's something on that. That's solitaire. Yeah. And yeah, this door is now open. And then we will move here. You are now leaving. Elevator, please. Or... well, I can't go down. I can go up. 760. I have to go up. I mean, I'm expecting there's supposed to be something new here. Let's keep going up. Let's keep pushing. 756. Okay. Then we're gonna go to 757. There we go. Yeah, I can't open that. Let's go up. 758. Okay. Nothing here yet. Okay, let's go 758 to 759. The escape pod is on the next floor, so we should go there. Oh, it's dark suddenly. Escape. There's really nothing here. Oh. 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 Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yes, let's go to the meeting room again. $417. Oh. Okay, this is new. I don't remember this. What? What is this? Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's go
This
to
was
the
not
one
the correct way to the meeting room,
on
and
the
Stanley
right.
knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
That was new. That was definitely new.
Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door
There's
on
a
his
vent
left.
near the warehouse, and my friend of mine told me that there's an ending.
Stanley was so
That
bad at
involves
following
this
directions,
event
it's
here.
incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Well, there we go. Amogus. Oh.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path.
Oh my god, what?
That it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path.
Dialogue.
That it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten
What?
path. That it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path. That it seemed the office had begun.
Stop it.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head.
Really?
I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
What have I done? Oh. Oh.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped
That was
very
new.
much that it was.
But there's a curiosity within me that I think there's something in there. I think there's something more to that. Okay, let's just continue as usual. Maybe
When Stanley came to a set of two open
Let's go on the
doors,
left.
he entered the door on his left.
let's go on the left and hopefully we get to meet our coworkers again.
Yet there was not a single
And
person
there's no
here
one here.
either.
Don't get
Feeling
fired.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let's go up.
Coming
our-
to a staircase,
Ooh, let's go
Stanley
down
walked
here.
upstairs to his boss's
Sorry,
office.
I keep getting distracted. I know. I mean, there's an Easter egg here, but that drawing is new, I guess. Fire hose.
But Stanley just couldn't
Let's
do
go
it.
with this.
He considered the
ending.
possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
Oh no, it's
And then
repeating.
something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations.
Oh no.
For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
I have no
Why did
feet.
doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at
This is
last,
not real.
he came to the conclusion
This is
that
not
had
the
been on the tip of
reality.
his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! he
I'm
yelled.
dreaming.
This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation.
Yes.
His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life
job,
job pushing buttons.
pushing
I may
buttons.
as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Whoa.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield. And it too
Starfield.
appeared. It was so much fun. And Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
Yes.
And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice
is
spoke
not
to all
real.
people in their dreams,
No,
the truth
I
was
can't-
that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be?
How
Was
could it
Stanley
be?
simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact
This is a dream. I
Did the
know
voice
this
not
is
see
a
him
dream.
float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please. It's all I want.
I want to push the button.
I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
And I'm still here. Oh no.
Stanley began screaming.
Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I?
And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
She turned and ran. Okay. I will pause the stream for a sec. I'm gonna go take a water break and I'll be right back. There we go. So we're gonna go outside again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
And
mean?
let's see if
Stanley
there's
decided to
any
go
new
to the meeting
endings.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I mean, hopefully. Okay. It's the same as
When
usual.
Stanley came to a set
Let's
of
go
two
to the
open
wrong
doors, this was
side.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, not that.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yes.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Man. Well, this is new. Okay.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
How about blue door? I like blue.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
Oh.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue. I want blue. I love blue.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Red door. Blue.
All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here.
Ooh.
I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first
You
place.
never finished
Broken
this.
rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Yes.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Yes, yes, yes.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
How about no?
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Okay. Boring. Those are boring.
One? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's
Yes.
not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly
Well, I
candid,
wanna see
I
it.
think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Let's take a look. And really? 2 seconds?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
Keep
Again,
walking through
honest
doors.
answers, please.
No, it didn't help me.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Sure.
You
Let
wouldn't
me
mind
see
taking
it.
a look at it, would you?
Yeah.
Perfect. Let me boot it up. In
No.
this game, the baby crawls left.
I don't want to
towards
press this for
danger.
8 hours,
You
man.
click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art
Really?
world will really take notice.
I don't
But of
think
course,
babies
the
like
message
fire.
of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
4
so why don't you
hours.
give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Looks like we're gonna stay here for 4 hours, guys. Just kidding.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
I don't
because
have
if it's the
time.
latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm
Gonna
done.
try to get
It's
the 4
over.
hours.
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Sure.
Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Sure. I wonder what this game is. What?
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is
Yo,
about, Stanley?
I played this
What's
on
our
stream.
backstory? What is our motivation?
What?
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on
Hello,
innocent
guys. Welcome
civilians
to my
below
Fire
you
Watch
from up
live
high in
stream.
your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
The sound of a Minecraft door. Really? Guys, I am now playing Firewatch. I mean, you can watch my previous stream if you want to. If you actually want to see the gameplay of that. But oh my god, what? Firewatch?
Oh no, it can't be.
It can't be what? Well, let's see if there's like any
It
way.
is. It's an open world game.
Jonesy
Good God,
Lake.
quickly block it off. Oh,
What?
thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
I want to
Out of the woods now,
explore.
Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Well, let's see. Let's see what you have.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I think this will be just the thing.
I want Firewatch. Man. No, I don't even play this game.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in
I
mind.
don't even play
Just a
There's
nice
no
big box
vehicles.
for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if
There's
you
no
manage to get
cars.
lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Well, I'll try to get to a single
Okay,
goal.
so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball.
Sports
what
ball.
Fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Whoa. Okay. Let's go for blue. Oh. Okay. This is awesome. Oh my god. Goal. Ankara Messi, Ankara Messi, Ankara Messi. Goal, 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 goal.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Well,
is
wait.
it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Ankara Messi,
Stanley, I
Ankara
have a
Messi. Goal,
thought.
goal, goal.
And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience.
I can't put it
I need
inside.
to try
There we
it
go.
out. Here comes another ball.
Oh, there's two of them.
Yes. Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
Yes, this is
Stanley,
amazing.
I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
Well, don't
balls.
don't spawn too many. Oh my god. Don't spawn too many. My game is gonna lag so hard if there's too many balls. Ankaramesi.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun?
Yes.
Is this a real video game?
This
Well,
is
I
a
sure hope
video
you're having
game.
a good time, because guess what? It's over.
No.
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes.
Ah.
You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides,
no.
you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you'd like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much, but who knows? You're an inventive kid, you'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Okay. I think I need to fall down into the goal there because there's a big hole there. So let's go down there. It's our only way. We can't go in the sides. So let's go down. The blue or the red hole? I do not know.
Hold on. What are you doing? Whoa. Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh, I fell. I fell off. I fell off. This is the old Stanley Parable Half-Life mod. If you guys aren't aware, there's 2 hallways now. No, there's more. There's actually... Okay. This wraps around, I think. Oh, this is my office. Wait. Let's go back here. Wait. I think I lost my way. Yeah. Let's just go here to the light. This is a Half-Life mod originally, and it's now a real game. There's a bit of history there, folks. Well, I can't work on anything here. How am I able to do anything here? I mean, this... Okay.
I wonder what he found.
I wonder what
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him.
Right, okay.
He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way.
There's no other way.
Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Oh. Okay, we're back here now. That was...
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
That's a new dialogue.
No
there.
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I'll try to turn off the computers with those messages. Like, yeah, it's... Oh! Well... I guess we're gonna...
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I wonder what does that mean. Oh my god, the lighting here. Oh. Okay. Okay. What?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
What?
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
What? What?
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Oh.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Yes.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or up? Oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
What the? Okay, I can jump. Let's jump. The jump circle. I can jump. Three, two, one. Oh, I can't jump anymore. No. I can't jump anymore. What? Okay. This is just fencing. Okay.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Yeah, let's go to the next one. Maybe.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
I guess.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see
this?
it. I'm ready for whatever
Where are
it
there
is.
guardrails here? There's guardrails in this office hallway.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley.
I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
Sure.
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Is there a choice? Oh, okay. Hey, wait. This is not my office. This isn't my office. I think we loaded into the wrong office.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Okay. Let's see what you've got. That's fans right there. Oh. Okay. What do you want to show me, Stanley? Not Stanley. Narrator. Okay. This better be good.
You remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Is this Elden Ring? Is this... Ooh.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
The Memory Zone. This is awesome. Okay.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh, that's the old Steam store page. The greatest wealth is memory. Oh, that's the ending. Yeah. Endorse monthly. Original. Remake. Oh, it's the website. Yeah. Good times. Wow. There's nothing here. Okay. Let's go here. A trip down memory lane. Smile because it happened. Oh, that's the tracks. What's this dollar for? Oh, that's the demo. Yeah. That's the demo. Ooh. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Wow, nominee. Oh, it's just okay. New video game releasing today. Okay. Business leaders. Late edition. Wow. Got it, the New York Times. Deal stuff choices. Oh, that's you wouldn't have to frame that, man. You don't have to frame that. Okay. Little Stanley. Oh, that's the hamster. Okay. Oh, this is an awesome area. Gonna lie, this is a bench. There's a piano there too.
Je suis dans la memory zone.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh, there's an up and down as well. What? There's more choices inside these choices. The house! I remembered that. Okay. But that's Portal 2. Yeah. Okay. Person of the Year. That's the actual development stage. Oh, button. Button. Can I reach that? No. Well, I'll go down here. No, I can't go down here. Knowing your city. This is a GTA reference, I think. I don't know what game, but it's a GTA reference, I think. Let's go here. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Can I open this? No. That's the collector's edition, by the way. I don't really want to get that. That's not in my country. Oh.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
Well, nearly.
It didn't need anything else.
Nearly
it
perfect.
didn't
It's
need
9
new
out of 10.
content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Okay, we're gonna go back. Oh, the Serious Room 2013. Oh, I remember that. Okay.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
What's this? Steam?
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
I don't know. I don't know if they were glowing, man. Steam reviews are mixed.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Unfunny. Probably they just had a bad day. You think? Okay. Not recommended. Oh my. Okay. Let's go here. Open. There's a thunder. I mean, this is a good review. It's recommended. Oh no.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
I think it's good. You don't have to be reading those all the time.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
A skip
button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Oh.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people will silence them, by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet,
it's
until
repeating.
245, that the... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely.
I think
or
the
perhaps
tree will
they'll simply
grow
grant this particular
over
user
time.
the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused.
Yeah.
Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Okay.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
Yeah.
Where did the door go?
Where did it
Wasn't there a
go?
door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere?
Can we
A
climb in the
porthole?
vents?
A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take
Maybe.
any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave?
Maybe.
Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door.
Yeah, sure,
I
sure.
don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please,
Oh, man.
please do not press the skip button.
Don't
Just
tempt me.
Wait here for me, and don't press
Okay,
the
I'll
skip
wait
button.
for you. I'll
Got
wait
it?
for you.
Yes, good. I'll be right back.
I'll wait for you. You have to like wait for like a minute? I do not know. I'm watching the clock really closely. The things I do to get new endings. Oh man. Like come on, you gotta find the door really quick, man. I'm starting to lose patience. But I mean, I'm a patient person and all, but I can't really ramble on to my stream to my viewers either, that I've been waiting for a door to pop up anywhere in this room. Okay, I just don't have the improvisation to do all of that. That's too much work for me. I don't even have the energy and time to dedicate myself to running around in circles in this whatever this room is. This is unbearable for me. Really unbearable. I really cannot wait for you to find a door for me to get out of, because I really need the door right now so that I could exit. But I don't really know. Do I have the patience to wait for the door? Like a few minutes? Maybe. Let's try to wait for a few minutes. I just need you to come back, narrator. I need the door. I need to get out of here. I just hate watching the clock ticking over and over while this sapling grows slowly. You know, by the time the sapling turns into a tree, you would come back, right? I mean, I would hardly know if he would ever come back after such an enormous amount of time. Maybe years, maybe months, maybe weeks, maybe even minutes. But it's just unbearable for me to wait a couple of minutes because of the amount of attention span that has shrunk on my brain all over this time. I don't even know if my stream could ever be such a long time, could even run like 4 hours straight, just me walking around in circles, going crazy, rambling all over again. I'm just gonna probably press the skip button. If you don't come out within 5 minutes, I'm gonna press the skip button, because I'll wait until 3:28 p.m. and then I will probably press the skip button. I'm just gonna be patient here and wait because I'm really hoping that you will find a door for me. Will he come back if I go inside the zone? Probably, probably not. Let's try it. Let's go circle around this. And no, he isn't coming back. So let's just wait for a few minutes. Maybe we could get something out of this room. Maybe this chair would lead us to the exit. Can you get me out, chair? No, there isn't. There isn't a way out. There's just random stuff everywhere. You can't really get up. You can't really get down. You can't really go around too much. I don't really have the patience to wait 5 minutes just for you to come back, because I'm really running out of ideas on what I could say. Maybe I could talk about how this room is really amazing, and all of the lights here, all of these lights, oh, there's 12 of them. 12 lights are really bright and make me feel like I'm in an office. But no, I don't have enough time and energy to stare at it like that. I don't even have time to even create new topics for my ramblings. I don't even want to try anymore. I don't want to try. I am tired of trying, and I'm just, Stanley is going crazy, running around running around this room. It's 3:28. Come on, you got it.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been
12
12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe,
The lights are going out.
sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie 9's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie 9. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it and that I'm going to be stuck all alone. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome.
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley.
No.
Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself
clock stopped
clearly,
moving.
calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity.
Is he still here? I hear something outside. Oh, it's the fan. It's still turning. It's the fire alarm. Has there been a fire? Why is it ringing?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves.
Oh
we would turn to look at our deeper nature and
gonna
find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves.
Oh man, this is like...
What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project.
Oh
I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They
Yeah.
are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter
Okay,
resentment.
keep it up with
And
the that
how good does it
mindset.
feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out,
It's
contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized.
I'm gonna
At
go,
last I am
okay?
free to...
This really no door. Is that water dripping? Yeah. It's starting to leak. Okay, what if we skip forward so that there's
The
like
end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is
Oh,
never the
no.
end, is never the end.
He's
is never
got me
the end,
cuckoo,
is never
guys.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never
He's
the
got me
end,
cuckoo.
is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the
he's gone crazy. There's more droplets here now. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it's now dripping. Okay. We skip one more. Maybe we can get out. It's now a gaping hole, but we seem to cannot climb it up. Man, this is like scary. What if you were like given this skip button in real life? What would you miss? What would you miss? Light. This reminds me of Portal, low-key. And the ladders down, of course. Is the narrator dead? It's overgrown. Can I at least get an exit? Oh, it's gone dark again. Maybe it's night. Yeah. What's that noise? Is that Cthulhu? Skip it. Why with that cave sound, man? Oh, there we go. Can I skip it more? No. From an ocean, it's turned into a desert. The soundtrack is... Ooh. Okay. Is this the freedom that I have ever wanted? Is this even freedom at all? I can see the sand. Oh my god, it's being blown. That's some nice detail. Okay. And I'm back at my office. Just normal office work. Oh my god, that was so surreal.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Oh. Is it? Is it Stanley's office? Oh. It's just this new content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Okay. Sure. Am I gonna witness the entire thing again? Or no, okay. Okay. Let's see what you've got, narrator.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
Yeah.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
Absolutely.
So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Really? The end is
Yes,
never
you
the
see,
end.
isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
This is what I've been waiting for. Woo! Investor Showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe?
The graphics.
What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there.
Like
It's
PlayStation
future-oriented.
4 and
It screams
5.
progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Of painting. You didn't even have the time to crop that. Is this what the new meta is? Okay. Looks like we're gonna go to the investor showcase. Whoa. Oh, wow. This office is so modern. Wow. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. New hotness old plus busted. More sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. They're back. 2 doors. More the Stanley Parable. Better the Stanley Parable. Win-win. Sequential mindshare. This is brick and mortar. There's so many business stuff, like business words that should not make sense. Parable 2. Yeah, you can any of these logos. I approve that. Oh man, that's okay. That's too simplistic. What's this? 2 boxes. Okay.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Yeah, sure.
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them.
Yeah.
It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Batman Arkham Asylum 2 City, Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Dark Souls 2. Yeah, I agree. Sequels are good, just like Alanatic Season 2. Convenient, shameless self-promotion. The prequel 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable is the prequel to this. Oh my. Okay. This way to the show floor. Okay. Let's go. Whoa. I can't go there. Okay. I want to play a horror game. This way to the show floor. Oh my god. Wow. New content. Man, this looks awesome. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. New content. Bus. Expo Hall 2. Oh my god, this is like a red carpet. The ultimate experience. The chair. Yes. Whoa. Whoa. What? Okay.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Okay. The button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Really? Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked
This is like the demo again.
what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah. I wonder how you will pronounce my name with this. Yeah. Says the name. Really? I mean, I'm expecting like a catchy dialogue or something instead of him saying my name. I think that's too much effort. Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
I'm now Jim,
okay,
guys.
Here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I am Jim.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it
You
deeply?
really have to say
Are
that.
you really,
Okay.
truly Jim right now?
Yes, I
If
am the
so,
Jim of
then
the gym.
please step forward and press the button.
Wow.
Yes!
Wow,
you
it said
see?
my name.
What a thrill! What a rush!
The
That was
gym.
you! The button
Wow.
described you. Do it again, do it again.
Yeah, do it again.
Jim.
Oh.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
No. Okay. That was awesome. The graphics are really awesome. Like the images here. Yeah. You heard Jim in the game.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley
It's
Parable 2.
renamed.
That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
That's Jim. It's renamed. What? Okay. Enjoy the new features. What's this? Epilogue. Oh. Please, no screenshots. A whole new office. Please, red is the new orange. Why is there feedback? I thought that was from my mic. If you go near. You see? You hear that? There's feedback. Oh my god. I thought the new updated Rachel is more of the same, but in a good way. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. Stop it with that. The feedback, man. The baby is all grown up. What? Is it buzzing like that? Okay. Jump circle. Jump circle and infinite hole. Merch. Reassurance bucket. There's so much stuff here. Merch. Please no screenshots. Let's go to the reassurance bucket. Oh my god, this is so good.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
Okay.
It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley,
ceiling.
anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Wow.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Can I still hold it? Oh. Can I return it? I can. Okay. Seems like I'm gonna go touring with this bucket on my hand. Okay, let's...
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Yes, office decorations.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Okay. Sure. I can go with that too. That's not bad. Oh! Okay.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Okay. Free new plus easy achievement? Really? I want to go there. The jump circle. Oh my god, there's so many exhibits. Yeah, sure. My ADHD is probably acting up. There's so many choices. Free achievement. Get yours. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement for more steps. Get yours right now. Okay, I want to get my achievement.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Yeah.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
Okay.
Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's a Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Lagay mo lang. Nandito lang. How many times do I have to pull this? Okay guys, I'll go on a short break to eat my dinner and I'll be right back. So I just noticed that my friends are already in Discord, and I they can see my status, and my status reads REHDM is streaming on YouTube right now. Oh my god. Everyone saw me with the bucket. Everyone. Can I really get the achievement? Please. I want to achieve the achievement. Like right now, I want it. Do I have to get something? Test achievement. I want it. I'm gonna like do this for a couple of minutes. Hopefully, I get some sort of result. I think it's a waste of time. If there's anything that's with Stanley Parable, it's never worth your time probably. Wait, where does Discord go? Oh, okay, it's nowhere. I can't control whether the achievement I can get the achievement or not. Free achievement.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Okay. My god. There's like so many stuff here. Wait, I have checked around here. Space time. Falling. Hold like infinity. Oh.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I don't want to go there yet. I don't. I want to experience all of the content here first before I go in there. Is that Stanley? Yeah. That's probably him. The jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Yeah. I guess we can just stand there, look at it. Oh man. Look at that. A9 Collectibles. Where's A9? Oh, it's the bucket. It's the bucket, I think. Oh, it's right behind me. Okay, never mind. That's the exit. Oh. Wait. Let's go back here. Let's see if there's anything here. Infinite hole. That's the yeah. I guess we can oh, that's new. Yeah, we could go to the epilogue, I guess. There's an epilogue here.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Settings World Champion. Huh? Settings. I think it's something to do with these.
This is the story of a man named
Yeah. I do not know. I think it has something to do with settings. I do not know. We're gonna go with collectibles, I guess. Because the exit is there. Can you find them? Collect them all. Oh man. This is a real...
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
Really?
I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Zero out of 6. Huh.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Is this it? Is this one of the collectibles now? I'm gonna probably find all collectibles now that you've said it. Does this still work? I'm trying to look for something here in the corner, but no. We just keep on moving. Really? Let's go in the infinite hole. There must be something there. I mean, surely. Oh, I can't go up. Oh, it's now covered up. Okay, let's jump in this infinite hole. Oh man, that's deep.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Why?
Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an
Oh, it's getting
extremely
smaller.
hole.
I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Any more dialogue? Okay.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Let's see. Let's check our map if there's anything more. This map, the button, settings, world champion, reassurance bucket, office decorations, collectible. Okay, we can now exit safely. There's no more. That was an awesome experience. Look at that. The graphics.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yeah.
Ready to move on now?
Yeah. Who's that? Who's that bag for? Man, this is a big set. Whoa. Look at that. I'm like in the conference or something. No screenshots. What's this?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
It's gonna
There's
work.
definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
If it's the 8 button. Oh. Can I go down?
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here
It's
we
the
go.
8 button.
Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags.
That's a collectible
And I do very
right
much
there.
enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Okay.
With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Then what's your
Would it possibly
take?
work?
Yeah.
I suppose it could. But
It
it would need a
could.
really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh my. Okay. Whoa. So guys, welcome to Stanley Parable 2. We're now playing this second game, and no one's watching my stream. Okay, settings. Still the same settings. Wow, same credits as well. Let's begin the Stanley Parable 2 experience. Oh,
This
click
is
to
the story
skip.
of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company
Oh my
in a
God.
big building where he was employee number
There's
427.
balloons.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
There we
Something
go.
that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions,
The
call a
balloons.
meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
No way, this is an actual game. No way. No way, no way.
All of his co-workers were gone. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't
still
just
the
give
full
these
game.
merits away for such little effort.
There's
A
just
measly
extra
5
decorations.
clicks. Now suppose you were to click
The bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
There's balloons everywhere.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What if I disobeyed?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Can I beat the game with the bucket?
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the... Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something...
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Oh my god, so I...
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Oh my god.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was
There's a
not the correct
collectible
way
there.
to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Okay. Can I actually go to the vent ending with this one? With the bucket? Oh my god, I can. I can. What? But I stopped the recording. What is there to do? Well, let's check. Okay? Let's check for everything we can find. Oh, there's really nothing there is to be. Oh.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore.
What?
The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
What?
The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
What?
Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What? 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 What was that? What was that?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I'm
Stanley
speechless.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Meeting Monday.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
And there's the new hallway. I can't even go.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
This is the game again, but with the bucket on my hand. I'm fine with that. Oh. There will be a reward for finding them all. Ah. Well, I guess we have info. This. What is that? Trust the completionist instinct. Okay, I guess we'll have to do it completionist style. There should be a collectible here. Come
Oh,
on.
Stanley, can you feel it?
Yeah.
The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand it? Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the
Something that
boss's
has to do with
office.
stairs. This is it.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay. And I think I know where the other one might be. Can I open this? Oh, okay. I know where the other one might be because I of the clues.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay, that's one of the Stanley rooms. Maybe if I try to dodge the door this time, maybe I get another one. I do not know. What? Okay. There might be something here. Oh my god. There really is something here. What is this? What is this? What is this? Oh. Guess we're going up now. Wait. Ano ending yan? I do not know. I do not know, man. I can answer him, I guess. The new Okay. Huh? Really? No way. Down. Let's go down. No way, this is a fake elevator. This is a fake elevator. Oh my god. How long have I been inside of there? I do not know. Oh my god. I thought that was a new ending or something.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the
There's
bucket.
one here now.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of
Is he watching the...
confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
Okay.
The bucket would. And he knew it.
The
two of
bucket.
them
The bucket would know.
were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
Man.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
I knew it was 2845. I was gonna
But
press
Stanley
this.
guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Whoa,
Was
whoa.
it that the bucket knew
Whoa, whoa,
all
whoa.
along? Was the bucket
Whoa.
guiding him?
Whoa.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh,
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
okay. Guess we can. The only way is down. Whoa. Okay.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together,
What?
if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him,
What?
reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty,
Okay.
he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I can go up.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
The bucket said nothing.
What number 3? What? I can go back up? Number 3, you say?
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button.
He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
Okay.
Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life.
What?
Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
I'm expecting like another dialogue here. Probably. Come on. Okay. I guess we had enough. Can I open this? Nope. Okay. Let's go back to that dark hallway. The mind control.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
What if I go up again? Oh, there's just nothing.
No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel.
He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Oh my god. Okay, I think I'm onto something. Let's just go back up and down. Press the number 3 or anything.
Here we go, said Stanley.
I'm onto
This time
something.
I'll really show you.
He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Okay, let's go back down and back up again. And I'm onto something. I feel it. I can
Stanley
feel it.
and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend.
I'm onto
Surely there was a
something.
solution, mustn't there be?
I want to something. Let's go back up again. I can feel it. There's an ending. There's an ending with this number 3 and the buckets thing. Oh. Okay, there's nothing.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over.
But this is
He would
different.
elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it.
This is
Then the bucket
different.
would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye
This
that
is
the bucket
different.
would finally understand Stanley's work.
Oh my god, this is the oh wow.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Oh my, this is an actual ending. What? Okay. World peace, baby. Stanley. Oh. I thought I was in Minecraft for a second there. Okay. Sentient machine. Oh. Oh my.
This was
Okay.
it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Number 3. Number 3. Burger. Meet and greet with him? Oh wow. The dude who came up with pizza.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
I'm disconnected. Oh my, it's gonna happen again. I'm gonna disconnect and the stream will end. Oh my god. That ending,
All
that
of his
was
co-workers
awesome.
were gone. What could it mean?
If I get cut
Stanley
out,
decided to go to the meeting
it's
room.
my internet,
Warmth
okay?
spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms
It's
again,
the
he was home.
internet, okay? Don't question how I am not streaming. Okay? My stream will end soon because of the internet. Oh my god. The internet's gonna cut off. I can feel it.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What if we kept going here because
this was not the
there's
correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
I feel
telling
there's
him
another
that the
one.
employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it
There
was.
I
Had
saw
the
a
bucket
clue.
turned out to be correct? No,
I think.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I think, yeah, I know where to
Stanley
find the
took
last
door on
one,
his
I
left
think.
To go back to the
I saw
meeting
it on the board, so,
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah, good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
danger. Danger everywhere. Yeah, there's gonna be an unlocked door.
No, stop! Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
Oh, yes.
So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. So dark. Okay. It's a game show. What?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
What if I do it wrong?
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What?
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
What if I just say no every time?
Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
What?
Correct. This is a bucket.
What? No, it. I don't even know how to explain it anymore.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence.
Actually,
Now I'm
Vsauce
somewhat adrift. Do
solved
any
the
of us
same
know what a bucket
paradox.
is?
What if everything's
Am
a
I
chair?
a bucket?
Because you can sit anywhere.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Oh, you snapped it.
What
Snapped it.
happened? Is everything gone?
Yeah.
Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yeah.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person?
Oh no.
All right, here we go.
I mean, there's some people watching right now. They might know that everything is a bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
What if I
Perhaps he had
don't
simply
go
missed a
with the
memo.
bucket?
When Stanley came to a set of two
You
open
can still
doors,
play it,
he entered
okay.
the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first,
Oh,
just to admire
no buckets past this point. I have no
it. And here
bucket.
it was, the
Let's go
lounge.
back there. Yeah.
But eager to get back to business,
I don't
Stanley
have a
took the
bucket.
first
Let's
open
go.
door on his left.
Let's go. Let's go.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
I
Are
must
you
get
that
that
convinced that I
last
want something
figurine,
bad to
man.
happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on... And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
There we go.
This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
Yeah, no
I would
achievements.
tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that.
Yeah.
So, instead I'll just say, it's
We're
done.
done.
We're
We're
all
done.
done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I'll go to the red door this time.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
Yeah.
I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
This is that room.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes.
Oh,
it's
the iconic
beautiful, isn't
room.
it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment.
Sorry,
This
I'm
no,
busy.
wait. Where are you going?
I'm busy. I gotta
Oh
go
no!
somewhere.
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
I don't. I want to
Please, no,
progress.
Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley. No!
Oh,
Oh, thank God. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away
I'm
from
doing
me.
you a
I can't go
favor.
back to what I was before.
I'm not
If you
letting
die,
you.
we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
not letting you have fun anymore. Remember when you said you don't want me to have fun, then I'm having fun doing this.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
You don't remember what
My
you did to
God.
me.
Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
Yes.
You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
Cry about it.
Am I reading the situation correctly?
You never wanted me to have fun with Rocket League. I wanted to
Maybe
put
you're
those
just getting a
balls.
kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all.
I am
Well,
making a
this one is
choice.
yours.
I'm not letting you have fun this time. Not when you didn't let me have fun in the first place.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
The sequel is now paused. Oh my god. I'm still in the sequel. Yeah, the sequel is now paused. I can't. The balloons are gone. Whoa. Okay. What is happening here?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
Really?
Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
Kinda.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Yeah.
Yes, I know we're supposed to
Kinda.
be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh yeah, yeah,
I would
sure.
love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
Sure.
Just one more time.
Alright. Never thought I'd be back here again. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. The completionist route. Really? Am I a completionist? I'm just walking through the game. And basically the entire game is just walking. I would find an ending eventually, I guess. Now what is this? Well, I can't go up there. Maybe here. Zone, sweet zone. I guess we're gonna go down here. Oh,
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many
Is
of them
it
we'd
really
find.
that
Sure,
hard
it
to
said
find
6
all of
right
them?
there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
that's the 7th one, right? Oh my. 7 out of 6. Okay. Okay. I see where you're going with this. What's this?
And
Oh.
here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Oh. What?
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you
Yes,
remember?
this one.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Let's see. What came next?
What is this? What is this?
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
I don't.
Well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room,
I
but it's
don't.
here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I don't remember. I don't. Huh? This is so surreal. What the heck? This is so awesome. Take a picture of that. Can I go here? No? Hey, what's this room? Well, the fourth one was in someone's bathroom, but I guess we're gonna skip to this one.
This was the fifth mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Okay.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Amazing editing. Oh my god, I really approve that. Oh? I can't go here. Okay, let's go here. Oh. Okay. We're going
And then,
here
Stanley,
now.
then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other.
Oh my
Except
god.
for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was
I
exactly
can agree.
like.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, this is from the trailer. I saw this. You are in the present. What the? Yo, what? Okay.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Oh, okay. That's trippy. Really trippy. What?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on.
Okay.
Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards.
Okay.
We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See
okay.
how that feels.
Okay. If you say so. This is weird. Oh my god. We're going back
Okay,
now.
yes. The room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
You want more?
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
I guess we're gonna collect them all now.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Yeah.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Can we go back here? No? Okay.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too.
Yes.
The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
What? We're going back
This is
now.
it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh. Okay. What? The jump.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how
Really?
much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes! The two doors!
Oh, no.
Who could have
We're
forgotten
getting
that?
lost in the
Classic
memory.
this one.
We're getting lost in our memories, man. Okay. My office.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Oh.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely?
Oh.
Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And
Introspective
Stanley
part
really
now.
did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll
The
take
story
care
is
of
compelling
myself.
on this one.
I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story.
What?
So very much.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
One more run. Okay.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very
fresh
much that
air
it was.
and the light. Oh.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again. Not
I'll finish
truly
the game
alone.
with the
Not with the
bucket.
bucket around.
Because I got the Stanley rings.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
They
Still
boot
no one
the
was
game
here.
entirely.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Should I follow this? No. Broom closet.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
No, I
The
don't.
broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
The bucket wants control. I'll give it control. Money in the morning. Money in the morning for Bitcoins. Money crisp. This is a waste of time. Let's go back here. Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Let's go down now. Okay. Oh. Okay.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
You know what? Let's see what's something new here.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told
There's
to do
actually a
things
secret
it didn't
thing
wish
here,
to do? What
but
kinds of
I don't know
things
if
does a
it's
bucket want to do
here,
or not want to
exactly.
do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Well, I'll go to the bathroom and let's see if that gate opens. So I'll go to the bathroom and you just have to stare at that. BRB. Well, would you look at that? The gate is open. Well, you know how I learned these secrets? It's because I played this game before. Not the sequel, I mean, but the old game. And yeah, party time. This is so awesome. Wow. High resolution secret texture. Secret of the year every year. High resolution. Will never go secret.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it.
His own life in someone else's control. Never! Squeeze the bucket. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink
What's
in,
that?
Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends,
What if
Stanley
I
and the
don't-
bucket, up against
What
the
if I
world.
enable the
They
mind
high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
I low-key want to try opening it. I want it to open.
When at last they came, but at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
Oh,
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Bruh.
Birds. Silly.
What?
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable.
I like these.
Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
These are cool.
And Stanley was happy.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, is this the
All of
black
his co-workers were gone.
whiteboard
What could it mean?
ending?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
Dog
simply
mode.
missed a memo.
Man, that's gonna be annoying.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's try the other ending. I don't want to reboot
Still
the
no
game
one was here.
entirely yet.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Alright, I have to escape too.
Stepping into his manager's
So many
office,
choices.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yes.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
We can try turning it off too. Let's go.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
There is, yeah. We gotta speed through this somehow.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Ooh.
Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
What secrets does this hold? I wonder. It's not like I've seen this too many times.
The monitors jumped to life,
Okay.
and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Everything would be fine.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Oh, I wonder.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
I wonder if I can do the video
No!
game ending.
He screamed into
with
the bucket. He
as
couldn't
well.
accept it. His own
I'll
life
try
in
that as
someone
well.
else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket
I'll make
tighter.
sure to do
His
everything.
one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Was it over?
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together.
I want to try that,
with one
low-key.
another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Oh. Okay.
Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped?
Okay.
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Okay.
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
Oh.
No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
Yeah.
To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
So in order to do the ending, I don't have to get the bucket. Let's do the video game ending with the bucket then.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I wonder if it would be different.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Where are we going today? The bucket asked.
We're going to the
Stanley
video
just
game room.
smiled. Anywhere they went together would be.
We could
Stanley
confront.
clutched the bucket tightly to his.
Yeah.
This was not the correct way
We
to the
can't
meeting
go
room.
to the video
But
game
Stanley had
ending
felt the
with
bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
There's also this
Never
one.
mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Let's try and obey the bucket. Yeah.
Now pick up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Oh.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Really?
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Let's see.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, what's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Okay. And I'm back here again. I don't
All of
need
his
the bucket.
co-workers were gone. What could it
whiteboard
mean?
ending again.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Let's do
he
the
entered the
video
door.
game
This was
ending.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Because-
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Because why not?
It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust
Can I
in someone
go
else can
to
be
the same
difficult,
ending
but the fact
again?
is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Yeah, sure.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley.
Oh, this is different.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Okay.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Wow. Really going here.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Nice view.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing
okay
a
with
button.
the office desk
Now
here?
He's eating lunch. Now
Lunch?
he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
I've been destined
But in
to
his
live with
mind,
this.
in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful.
I can't climb up.
And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Okay. Press M to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that
No,
one
the
day
TV
while
is
at work,
gone.
he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers,
Help me.
his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Excited him
So
terribly?
he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world,
no.
he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
Yellow line.
And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free.
Oh, no.
Surely there's an answer down some new path,
You're gonna be
mustn't
gone.
there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Okay. I won't. I won't. No choice.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Oh no. Question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Oh. This is sad. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I want to complete.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Then I'll probably do the confusion ending with the bucket.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'll get the feeling money is for stealing, but not yours, of course. Wow.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Thank you. Just what I needed.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Okay. What if I go down then up with the button? Would that change anything? I do not know what will happen because I don't have a bucket with me.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Oh no. We're doing this without the bucket. Okay. I knew it. There was something here. Let's go to the boss's office.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Okay. Do I have to do anything with the keypad? Okay, let's go back down, I guess. Then go back up and down, up and down. Ah.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Okay, let's go
Surely
back up.
this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Nope.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Man, I'm onto something. I can feel it.
Oh my God. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Okay. Oh, it's taking a while.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Now let's go back down.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate
it's gonna
it.
happen.
That's
This is gonna
just
be the
how
first time.
revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Repetitive. Well then.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting?
I'm
You know,
patient.
Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What
This
you and
is
I are doing
storytelling.
right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Is this it?
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right,
Are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Whoa. Okay. Wow.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere.
Thank
you, and have a pleasant day.
Okay. Okay. That was weird. Okay. Let's do...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Okay.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
We're gonna meet the adventure.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right.
I forgot.
Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Absolutely. Oh.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone.
This is
what could it mean? Now. Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
This is confusion ending. Yeah. Let's try and get the bucket with the confusion ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this
What?
place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
What? Oh. Okay. This seems serious.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
How do I turn it off? Do I turn it off?
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Wow.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
We're gonna do it again, but destroy the bucket this time. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's use the bucket destroyer.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
The insanity ending.
Stanley took the door on his left to go, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
The bucket. Let's destroy the bucket.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel
that's the
content.
desk.
We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
I can't.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset.
Yeah. You can't destroy the bucket.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this...
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of them.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work. Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
What? Okay. Alright, I haven't tried escaping with the bucket. I guess we'll do the bad ending, where we turn on the mind control machine. Or maybe let's try escaping.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I haven't tried escaping.
The lights rose on an enormous...
Let's begin again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, let's try escaping with the bucket. Do not know if it will work.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Annie?
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Okay, that's new. Yes, this. Oh, that's new. There's a walkway there.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Whoa,
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Whoa, bucket with two handles. Infernal bucket. What? Distress bucket. Coping strategies. Ooh. Presented without commentary. Okay. Whoa. buckets predate to existence. What?
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. Whoa.
But there is something we can do. Something we
Really?
can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We
Okay.
can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Okay. That's a new ending. Can we take the bucket with the escape ending?
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent.
I'm gonna try
Stanley
that.
checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna try the
Still no one was here.
escape
Stanley
pod.
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping in...
Oh my god, we can. We can. The most secret ending of all. Maybe. I don't really know if this ending would be different with or without a bucket. I mean, without the bucket, we saw the ending. But now, well, we can see. We can see what will happen next. You are now leaving. And we go up. Now this is a really long way up. One more. Oh, there's an animation. Okay. Okay. Would it start all over again? Okay. That was
All of his
dramatic.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, that was fitting that we did that. Oh, okay. We wouldn't need the bucket yet because
when Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
The good and bad endings for this one.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We used all the bucket in all different endings, so yeah. Oh.
Here's the door, just go.
Even the narrator knows that I'm speedrunning this game.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Oh. This is the
Now
fourth
the
time.
monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this...
This is it?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. and Stanley was happy.
I got an achievement for that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
Oh,
meeting room.
you're
Perhaps he
back.
had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door. Just go.
We're gonna go with the bad ending, I guess. Wait. Let me check the achievements, I guess. That's the guides, the achievements. Oh, it's not registered yet that I have completed this.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I forgot we have more stuff.
Now
to
the monitors
explore.
jumped to life, their true
There's
nature
more to
revealed.
this.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers.
This is just a
the
game
lives of
within a
so
game.
many individuals
Within a
reduced to
game.
images on a screen.
So
And
much
Stanley,
stuff.
one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was
Let's
this the
see
only
if we
reason
can
he
do
was happy
something
with his
about
boring job?
when
That his
turning on the
emotions had been
control?
manipulated to accept it blindly?
Maybe we can do something about it.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from
Here
this
we go.
very place. And as the cold reality of his past
have like
began
2
to sink
minutes to
in,
look
Stanley
for
decided
everything.
that this machinery would... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Well.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had when Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. So you might notice that I quit the game. It's because I will relaunch it. And hopefully something will be different. Okay. Please enter the current time. Hang on. Can I just say something? Okay. don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set. Actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate. That's how I know you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Okay. Something should happen when I boot up the game.
This is the story of a man named Stan.
Welcome back. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Do I need to do anything? The sequel is now paused? Do I have to...
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover...
I feel there's something.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I can wipe my save, right? Okay. Yes. Let's try following the... Let's try following the... 3 a.m. is my favorite time. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Settings world champion. Oh. Really? Mm. Oh. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Maybe I have missed the memo.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Really? Would this work?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
We need to do this again and again until we get that new
All of his
content
co-workers
sign.
were gone. What
Because
could it mean? Stanley
missed
decided to go to the
something here.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Oh, I need to like. So I need to like say I have played it before. Okay. No worries. Okay, let's try
All of his
this again.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
6:45.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Whoa.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
What?
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
This is a new corridor. And okay.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Let's do it 5 times, I guess.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer...
Oh. Really?
Longer recall. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome!
What?
You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug. but now it's an ending, now it's an ending. I believe in you, I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Wow. That was an ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
What if I fall down?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Maybe this.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... When Stanley came to a set...
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
When Stanley came to...
What's that? Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, I found an achievement. It requires me to keep restarting the game like this until I find an epilogue something. Wait, what? What are you doing? You didn't even try. You have to keep restarting it, I think. Again. Oh. There's two sliders the next time I boot it up. Okay. We're gonna set it up to 12 midnight again. Ah. Oh. Oh my god, what? What? Yes. Oh my god, there's like... I want to know more. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. I've adjusted all the game settings to every second. It's just what I do. Now the job is over. Collectible. And I still don't really know. And you don't know me. Neither of us know what time it is. Because of some things I just unset upon. I will be totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. These games are meant to be played alone. You like playing alone, don't you? But that's the only information I really learned about you. It's time for me to leave. Still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time. I'm ready for that. It's not a job description. You can find me. Talk soon. Wow, what was that?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, let's go.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers.
Let's see if we can find
the lives of
here.
so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
There's a blank one there. Oh, there's Clippy. Saw that.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There we go. New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay.
Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
I'm skipping the jump circle.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend? Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you... Oh. You don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares? Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
I like how that changes after I come back.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was? And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content. Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Okay. I'm gonna... Let's check. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream right here to get the other achievements. This has been a 5-hour stream already, so it's time to end it. I guess. Good night, guys.